The hell? Whoa. What the? Hey. Get down. Sup? Yo. Yo, what's up, guys? Yo, what's good, everybody? How we doing today? Oh boy, 75 stream streak, 40 stream streak. Thank you, Molly and Chewy, for those stream streaks. Please continue to streak on. Haha. Continue. GTRP, dude. Holy smokes. Dude, no pixel. Wow, no pixel. 5.0. I hate your TikTok video. Dude, that's not nice. Okay? Which one? Dude, what's wrong with it? Keeps auto-playing when I open? What? Hell yeah. Very good. Very good. Yeah, it's Rena. Rena was very supportive last week, so I think it was a good time to, you know, find ourselves a new sponsor. You know, some weeks there won't be sponsors. Some weeks there might be sponsors. But we did raise the price, you know, to 67, 67, 67, 67, 67. Quite a few dozen times there. Yes. You used to have that avatar? I mean, honest, I think a lot of people did. I think I know a lot of people who had that avatar. It was a pretty popular one at the time. Just pretty popular. Did ads even finish playing? Yeah, they did. All right. Yeah, they freaking did. Stupid, dumb ads. There's a lot of news going on in the last 24 hours. Good lord. Good lord, man. We got Bloodborne animated film that's being directed by Jacksepticeye. Before we got a Bloodborne remaster. Before we got a Bloodborne 60 FPS patch on all consoles. We got a new Nissan Skyline model coming out. That's not even going to be in the US. Bro. There's a Last of Us 3 video game in the works. There's so much. It's just unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. Well, I gotta make this quick. I got called in for my expertise I needed for. What he's saying is he's gonna go take a nap. Okay? That's what's gonna happen. I need to update the tech channel to have more than just cybersecurity news. I'm an expert in that too. No way. Yeah, you guys are pretty good at your napping things. Did you know that on this day, in 1865, Ulysses S. Grant and his wife turned down an invitation to join President and Mrs. Lincoln at Ford's Theater to see the comedic play Our American Cousin. In doing so, he deprives assassin John Wilkes Booth of a second target. Oh, look at that. That man dodged a bullet. Literally. Crazy. Holy moly. Got a work call. No, you didn't. Snowblade, it's a Tuesday. Who works on a Tuesday? Dude, nobody works on a Tuesday. Right, Chewy? Seriously. Ah! What the? I'm the breacher, apparently. This guy's playing that one game. This guy's playing that one video game. Marathon update. Dude, no one wants to freaking play that game. Sick of it. Just update it. Phasmo update. What is this? Oh, on April 16th. At 8 p.m. GMT. 30 whole minutes of watching for this really cool looking like purple. Okay, 16th. It's on Thursday. Wow, on our Phasmo streaming day. Hey, on our days that we stream Phasmo, these guys decided to do this showcase. That's crazy. That's freaking crazy. Look at that. Ready or Not, yes, that's the video game. That's the one where they... Cool, I'm excited to see the showcase. What time is... It's 4 p.m. EST. Buh. Buh. What the... Well, I hope everyone had a good rest of their Mondays. Good to see you all here today in this chat room environment. Dude, do not eat my fuses, alright? Dude, I don't know. This patch with the fuses is insane. This is the stable patch. My game crashed like 7 times. My PC actually crashed yesterday. I ended the stream. I went like about 2 hours just chilling. Went to shower, came back. My PC was basically in the login screen. And I was like, oh, it crashed, didn't it? But it forcibly updated my Windows. So ever since that happened, everything fell apart. It all fell apart. Today, to no one's surprise, we will in fact be playing... What the... We will be playing Voices of the Void, not GTA. I haven't checked Lethal Company mods because I don't have R2 Modman. I don't know. Oh, I do. I lied. I have R2 Modman. I can check right now. Select game, Lethal Company. Let's see. Is it up to date? I didn't make a new profile though. Create new. 2026. Create. Select profile. Online. Beppin X pack. Download. Can we sort by download count? More Company was updated on April 11th. Huge. I do not see... I don't see late join. We can add the emotes. I think this is the emote mod. We'll probably add that. Late game upgrades. Lethal things. Where's... I don't think late join is up to date. All we have is More Company. Yeah. We're just... That's fine. It's all good. I'm not adding custom suits. Too much effort. And it might scuff. I'm not adding Mirage. We're literally going to be like 3 mods total. For this lobby. I mean, I guess I need toggle mute. That is a very important one. Do they not have late game upgrades? Change profile. Show me Sick and Twisted. Oh, was it lobby control? I see more company and I see lobby control. I think it was lobby control. When was lobby control updated? What? November of 2025. Good, great. Awesome, dude. Real cool. Well, for the time being, we will not be committing to that. There might be another one for like late join. I'll have to look into it, but typically we use lobby control. It's just easier, better, faster, stronger. Did I go live again? What? Oh no. My Twitch channel, the little channel that like notifies when I go live, just suddenly was like, hey, new notification. Lol. Anyways, yeah, so Lethal Company, it will eventually happen, I'm sure, because we want to try it out with the cool update, but that might be a hot minute. That might be a halt minute. I'm really not gonna add too much more. I think we're capping it out at like, I think 5 mods maximum, because I don't know how unstable it'll be with all the mods. We're already at 5. But I guess if we replace lobby control with something else, it'd be fun. Although I think there was the no jump delay. When was this updated? March of 2025. Okay. I'm going to download it and then I will have it disabled. So people who want that, as well as toggle mute, these will be 2 things that you will have to enable yourself. Because that's a client side. If it breaks for you, it is your problem, not mine. I'll look at this into the mods after this mission. Cool, cool, cool. I'm surprised that mod got updated. No jump delay did not. I mean, it did last year of March, but not this year. It's been actually more than a year since the last got updated. Dude, I don't know. Most of the people who made mods for Lethal Company moved on to different games, like Peak. Well, the problem is that they need updates because not always. In a way, you have a point, but sometimes they do need updates when like Lethal Company gets a major update. The ones that like Bep and X needs to be updated like 5 times a day for one new patch. All right, well, cool. Cool. We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Not too worried about it right now, even though we would technically be playing it tomorrow, but we got Bloodborne ported to movies before PC. Oh. Oh. All right. Then we're going to go jump into some Voices of the Void. As soon as I figure out what the hell's going on here with this launcher. Dude, I've been in such a podcast mood. Speaking of which, I haven't even watched the podcast, the soda podcast for this week yet. Gotta get that Fusion TSK guy to reset the podcast. Reset the clock. Let's get into some voices of the freaking void. Whoa. Oh, actually, well, maybe before we do voices, I remembered. Just now. We gotta solve our VTuber. Hold on, let me get into the save so I don't hear this static. Or whatever it is. That could be... I don't think it'll make noise. Alright. We gotta figure out our VTuber today. Oh my goodness. And what better VTuber to start with than Nanashi Mume? Okay, EN. Not, or partially English, something else. From the United States. Main platform, YouTube. I think I'm cooked. Not Hololive. Thank you. So, a non-Hololive EN VTuber that's main platform is YouTube. I'm a little cooked. I'm a little bit cooked. Elira Pandora. Okay, it is Nijisanji Gen 1. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know. I don't remember the gens, but I know them. I know her. I know Doki. Finana. Sure. Hey! Huge guess. What? Hmong? Huh? Oh. I was like, what is that? I see. Well, there you go. Good job, Juices Tower. I had 2 guesses for Nijisanji, and one of them was already on the board, so... Hell yeah. And I don't think I've watched a single minute of Elira Pandora, to be honest. But... Oh, I do know her. I don't remember her name, but I know her. Is she Gen 1? I don't know. Pomu. That's the one. Well, there you go. Think she is? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the gens for that one. I don't know too much about Nijisanji, to be honest. Just the drama when it happened. All right, lower to like that. All right, back to some voices of the void. I think we're on day like. What the? What day is it? We enter the 20s yet? Ooh, day 20. Damn, son. I feel like very little has happened. For some reason, I feel like something crazy is gonna happen soon. TM. Can't stop, addicted to the shindig. And November's not responding. What a surprise. I think we did our daily. So what the hell am I gonna do? Oh yeah, we got the Kerfus parts. Right. We gotta get the joints, so we should probably go to Romeo. Romeo's the one by the mine, but just marking it for myself. We got some croissants. We're gonna journey. We're gonna adventure. Eventually, we gotta clean the outside, but a little too lazy. What's up, guys? Where's my controller? Dude, I think my PC is like pissed at all these USBs that are plugged in. Just theorizing. I think my PC's pissed in general. I think my GPU is like entering the end of its cycle. It's a little insane. The thing is, when I check the event viewer for whenever the PC crashes, there's no like important information. It's just, oh, yeah, your PC had an unexpected shutdown for no reason. Nothing about, you know, my GPU setting on fire. No, nothing. Just a Windows 11 moment. Just a Windows 11 moment. Romeo. Well, that was a good VTubal. Oh, uh-oh. Window habba, fuck ye. Yeah, Windows be doing that all the bloody time. Sub Irish. Yo, Ireland! Ireland, yo! Howdy there, mister. It'd be a little crazy if I went to Ireland and someone was like, howdy there, mister. How's it going today? Hey, Ghosty, what's up? What's good? What's good, Ghosty? Welcome in, everybody. We're just voicing the voids. I don't know, man. I've looked at, like, other games aside from GTA that I would play on the stream, and I'm just like, I'm not in the mood for it, you know? I'm just not feeling it. If I push to play them, it's like, man, this is gonna suck. We should probably play the Resident Evil games. What was it? Revelations, I think it was. You know, it wouldn't hurt to clean up this place. It would actually be quite simple, considering there's just a rubbish bin right there. Oh my god, it's like those dogs. Oh my god, I'm like one of those dogs that can't get like the long stick through the fence. Electronic. Damn, it be windy. Life is good. Hell yeah. Personally, life is strange, but you guys play those games? I played the first one. I didn't know they made so many, like, spin-offs. I have Life is Strange 2, and apparently I played it because I have time in the game, but I just don't remember, like, ever playing it. I don't remember. I don't know if I even streamed it. Metal chunk. Is that glass trash? Oh my god. Thank you. Sometimes I surprise myself how many VTubers I know. And it's like, well, duh, you're a VTuber, you have to know. Some, like, Nardwar shit, you know? That's not necessarily true. It's like the old logic of, like, VTubers need to like anime, but then so many of them have never watched an anime in their life. Metal. Let's just isolate the metal ones. Disrespect your surroundings. I came here for the joints, and we instead are spending time messing around. Now, let me find those joints really quick. Someone made a big mess of this place. What? Power blocks? Where are joints? Where are the joints? Where's freaking Leaf today? She says she's not gonna stream? I'm pissed. It's actually really comedic, because when I have a relatively good sleep schedule, in terms of, like, I'll be awake at normal human hours, so perfect hours to be able to watch Leaf yawns for a little bit, she doesn't go live. I woke up really early today. And for what? Nothing. Actually, I say I woke up really early, but I woke up early and then late in bed. I have this similar curse when I have time off of work. Damn it. It's just not meant to be, I guess. I can only be a pest for about an hour, and then I have to go live. My favorite thing was when my sleep schedule was fixed, and Grimmy would go live at, like, earlier hours than usual. I'm talking, like, 8 p.m. EST or so. And that was awesome. That was honestly the best. But, like, everything just went to shit. And now she goes out live at, like, 12 a.m. and I'm like, man, I don't really have a lot of time to watch. So I just keep the stream open on my phone, and I'd be falling asleep. Where someone played Life is Strange, all remembers the blue butterflies with a photo. I'm gonna be really honest with you. I remember very key parts of Life is Strange, and all of them are not good parts of the game. Or I should say, they're memorable for the reason of what happens. And they're not good. They're not very good moments. Not very positive moments. But I feel like if I asked someone who played Life is Strange to name, like, the most memorable scenes, they would probably name the same ones that I think of. Because it was like, wow, it's shock factor. It was different from other games at the time. I feel like, for the most part. Popular ones, at least. Glass trash. My video game is lagging. It's actually, it was just saving, but... My real estate job was really, really decent for what it was, because when I was an admin, I was just allowed to watch streams while working. Well, more like listen to, not really watch, but... Oh my, I forgot we had that as an alert. Bruh. Bogu, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Bogu. Or Bagu? Depends what part of the world you're from, I suppose. What was that? The hell was that noise? I guess we also need plastic trash. But I can't be bothered to haul it all over at the moment. We're likely just going to take this with us. With whatever storage we can get. Or whatever we can store. Whatever storage we can store. Glass. Glass bones and paper skin. The voices! Logan. Sup? Oops. Welcome in, everybody. Welcome in. I hope the weather has been better for you than it has been for me. It is hot in Topeka. Long day, need chill. Understandable, understandable. Very fair. Very fair, very fair. Very fair, very fair. Just one of those days when you don't want to wake up. The first time we said my username is correct. Very excellent. Welcome in, Bogu. Welcome in. I'm Ico, and or Eco. And I like Voices of the Void. Character's getting tired. Surely a croissant... Nope. The croissant will not be restoring my sleep. So what's gonna happen is, we're gonna grab whatever we can. We're gonna grab whatever we can. Right now. And we're gonna haul ass back to base. What happens when you clean up the place? I feel a very strong sense of self-satisfaction that I do not normally feel in the real world. And the rush of dopamine will basically sustain me for approximately maybe something like 5 hours. Until we have to do it all over again. So basically, nothing. Nothing really happens. It's just... It just looks better. And you can walk around without too much trouble. Pine cone. Bone. Damn, there's so much electronic trash here, man. Although, where are the joints at, man? We came here for joints and we were leaving with not joints. Damn. Sorry, out of order. Too much stuff, not enough space. Me too, buddy. Me too. Yeah. I'll be damned. Oh, come on. Yeah, we got it. She's got it. Oh, baby, she's got it. You think this is a safe mushroom to eat? I don't. I do not think so. I do not believe that is a safe mushroom to consume. Where are the joints at? They said to look around Romeo. I guess this isn't Romeo. Alright, well. Let's get a move on. Gotta get back to base. Ow. Am I really bleeding? I was gonna say. Dude, I don't even know if they ate the shrimp. Maybe they're mad at me because I touched the phone. So I'm not my own. So what you're saying is, wherefore art thou, Romeo? I really liked Romeo and Juliet. Might be a bias because of RuneScape as well, because that was a quest you can do. But we went to this like stage play of Romeo and Juliet, and it was I don't know. They could have done better, I feel like. And then, like, the next day, the teacher played us the Leonardo DiCaprio, like, Romeo and Juliet. You know, it's like modern day, well, modern at the time, modern day Romeo and Juliet or something. I was like, what is going on? Why don't we just watch this instead? Dude. Okay. Let's save. Fetch me my longsword. Yeah, but Leonardo DiCaprio was, yo, fetch me my Glock. Or I guess it was more like a, wasn't really a Glock. Damn, that went. Wait, no! Come back! Me when I'm a fast runner, but not a fast sprinter. Or swimmer, rather, not sprinter, what? English? It's okay, it's gonna get stuck. Wilson! That's a good one, actually. I'm too tired. Quickly, the boogeyman. He is near. Automata. Bruv. 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 I'm going to bed. I'm going to coffee. Haha! Can't grab me now. I have had my caffeine. All right. Let's get this all worked up over here. Gotta turn it all into some electronic scrap. Now, we can get another cooler. 20% cooler. Oh, I guess we already had enough? Alright. Battery. Let's get 2 of those. Send them right over. Also, we got a free drive box. Pog. No. That's fine. I guess the other answer to cleaning up the transformer itself is we get all the scrap, and all the scrap is very beneficial to our progression towards some... The hell was that? Thank you. Goodbye. Not enough pylons. Not enough pylons. Not enough. Still? Man, what the hell? Okay. Well. Cooler. Okay. We need one more cooler. It might be worth just making it so that we can get the GPUs next. It's time for everybody's favorite segment of the stream. The CR check. Alright, surprisingly, not that bad. Not that bad. For now. For now. I probably just majorly jinxed it, but... I really made a mess on both these tables in their own way. It's fine. We'll clean it up soon. We got it soon. We got it soon. These mannequins, dude. Yippee! Precisely. Voice in my head. I say, we buy 2 more. I like that it perfectly hides the currency amount. Out of everything, the most important thing in this entire video game is basically covered up. Thank you very much, Hypercam. Without you, I don't even know what we would do. Unregistered and all. Oh, bollocks. Thank you. All right. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4. What's up, Cheetah King? Welcome in, welcome in. And then we need 1, 2, 3, 4. What's up, Shirkwan? Welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in. Cooler! The final cooler. I think the final cooler. That would, in fact, be 6. Do we need 6 coolers? Thank you for that follow as well. Welcome in. Six coolers. Okay. Excellent. Alright, well, then we need 1,000,000 GPUs now. And with those gains, we should be able to... Who doesn't need 1,000,000 GPUs? No, honestly, true. Dude, honestly, so true and real, though. let's go put this on the thingamby what? That work? I don't know. I'm gonna assume yes. Honestly, this would have been a much better place to just sort the scrap. But that's okay. That is okay. It's 3.3735. Love the model. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. It is awfully coined. I still look at my OBS sometimes, or like the stream VODs, and I'm feeling like, man, this VTuber model is taking up so much space. But then I look at other streams and the VTuber models are taking up like 80% of the screen. I'm like, well, alright, I don't know, I guess it's just me. Feeling this way. Hey, what's up, dudes? You guys aren't mad at me or anything, right? That I smacked you with an axe? Hopefully not. That was totally an accident. We're getting into the tired mode. Let's get more coffee. That's okay, we all typo sometimes. Minor spelling mistake explodes. What's the point of the disc box if we don't even get discs anymore? I don't know, man, I don't know. This game got updated. It did. Yes, indeed it did. Huh? Yeah, we're on the final patch, I think, of 0.9. The mechanics are relatively the same. Barring maybe like a couple of very tedious changes. But you know, it's not Voices of the Void if it's not meant to make you go insane. At least a couple times. The worst thing is the CRs. We're playing Voices of the Void. Very cool game. Free. Eats all your fuses. Dude, stop eating my fuses, man. I have to adjust my sitting position. That cat would face my wrath. If I saw it biting a cable... Heart. Are we out of food cans again? Really? Oh man. Stop it. Oh man. How do you guys leave my solid concrete? My weapon of mass destruction. What about my other solid concrete? I can't wait to, like, get attacked by the cat girls, and they're gonna toss my solid concrete at me and I'll die. But can I play Voices of the Void? Do I have a command for this, actually? I don't. I got you, hold on. You used to have a command for this. That is also a good link. I was gonna just give them the itch.io. But since you did that, I'm going to really quickly go into my Fossabot and make a command for it. I wonder, can I make a timer that is situational? Ooh, will only emit the timer when the stream game is set to Voices of the Void. We're gonna do an online interval, and we'll do, I don't know, 30 minutes. Save. Okay, so that'll only post. God damn. How many pages of Voices of Void do I have open? That'll only post in when I'm streaming Voices of Void, so hell yeah. Hell yeah, yo. Alright, let's get Dr. Kale some sleep, I think. We're overdue for giving him some decent sleep. Damn, alright. Finally farming up some of the pillbox. What the? Kale's here. Pills right next to the bed is not very good. It's like bad voodoo. Hoodoo voodoo. Whatever you do, Dr. Kell, don't wake up before 100. Yes! Sweet. Oh my god, I forgot the table's still lodged in here. I don't need that cell gun. Just a minor inconvenience. Okay, okay. It's getting warm in my room. Job's done. We gotta get all of these. How many more do we have? Okay. That is suboptimal, but alright. Curvis, awaken my friend, and go. Do a crime. Excellent. What is this? What is that? An ashtray? Ain't nobody smoking in here. Wait, is that a trash pile right there? After all this time? Come on. Is that a mushroom? Alright, gotta let ads play. We'll continue after they are done. So in the meantime, we're just gonna chill. We're gonna chill. I'm not gonna play the game until they're out of the way. Hell yeah. I'm looking at all the Bloodborne news because I'm just curious. Man, this weather change, huh? 2 days ago it was like 10 degrees Celsius. Today it's 25. Oh, my bad. 30. Really? Really now? Can you just confirm that? 29. Bro. That's 84 degrees Fahrenheit for my Fahrenheit users. Oh my god, it's gonna be hotter tomorrow. No. No. The next 2 days. And then it's dropping back. Then it's dropping back to 9 degrees because it's gonna rain. What a disaster. What a truly disaster. "20 seconds on the ads. "20 secondos. Today will be a great day to touch grass, I guess. You know, it's funny, I was searching for the website when they literally have it. Bottom right corner. The ads are over. Back to the video game. Oh, okay, well. Well, goodbye. It's so empty there by the entrance now. Can I just make wood scrap? You know what, man? I'm putting it in the incinerator. What? Was that always there? Okay. Trying to install it, but I have no idea how. It gives you like a zip file with everything pretty much ready. Or it'll have like an exe in there. You just have to like extract it. That's it? You know what? Just leave it here. All right. Got ourselves a metal chunk. That's huge. Some more metal scrap. Got ourselves some empty cans to sell. Huge. This is done. Huh? What? That one's going away. This one should be good. Do this. Okay. Got our empty cans. Time is it? Well, we gotta go to our Transformer 1 at the very least. Let's grab some food. Oh, we got the croissants. Whoa. I've decided it is warm. I feel like Ace Ventura inside that rhino right now. Oh, I thought the shooting stars were happening. It's like the first night it usually happens, but... Now, who went and broke all this? Like... Someone's searching for something over here. Tinfoil hat. That's a potato? Oh. Oh, it's a burnt potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Hot potato, hot potato. Oh. What's up, guys? Where's your friend? There used to be 3 of them. Oh, they're probably stuck at the staircase still. All right. What? Oh my god. We gotta like upgrade that at some point. Alright. That's fine, that's fine. There's still stuff burning in there. Not enough to... Huh? Hello? Oh, hell nah. I ain't going back down there. What was that, man? Wait. Kerfus. You're still... Hello? Sorry, sir. No, no ticket, no entry. Thank you for knocking first, though. The hell's going on? Hey, go back down? No. That dude smacked that door 18 times over. I am not going back down there. Hell no. He can have that downstairs, alright? He can have it. Whatever he is. Sup, Joe? Trying to do work, but oh well. Did you launch the little exe file? You have to like pick a version, I think, and you have to install it from there. Slept till 7 p.m. Nice. Dude, I wish. I wish. I do. Actually, I don't. Do I? Maybe? It's about a 50-50. Some days I'd like to be able to sleep just throughout the entire day. Through the whole day. Oh, yeah. That is true. I hate sleep. It's a waste of a day. No, absolutely. But there are days, man, where I'm just like, wow, what if I just wasn't awake for the next 24 hours? That would be pretty great. Hey, Curvis. Let me help you out there, bud. Hey. Why are you selling the cement? That was just the empty bag. Just an empty bag of cement. No, it was at 0. It said 0 out of 50. I know that for sure because I'm pretty sure I threw in the rest into the other bag. Throw out special. He's our little homie. Wow, 38 points. I mean, you know, 38 points is 38 points. Can't complain. Maybe it didn't disappear because of that. Oh boy. $290 points. Not bad, not bad. We're probably gonna commit to some GPUs soon, TM. Yeah, it had no value at all, which whatever, but whatever. We've got to leave this facility. We've got to go. Time to move to a transformer, maybe with the cat girls, I don't know, but... Did you notice anything else in the basement? No, I mean, I noticed a little, I noticed it the moment I was going down, but on the left side there was a random new thing. At least I don't think it was there before. Asbestos. Asbestos. That's what I noticed. Didn't take too much time to look in the basement otherwise. What's the main point of the storyline of the game? It's very complicated. It's very complicated to explain. But basically, you're using these satellites to find stuff in space. And right now we're scanning a planet. Whoa, 1,000 items. Oh. Okay. I don't really know what my objective now is. We're kind of just zooming through all the main tasks. Gotta be a little bit prepared. for the inevitable CR crash again. Oh, look at that. Don't mind the right wall in the basement? No worries, won't be going down there anytime soon. Where's there to die from? That's a great question. What is there to die from? Oh man. No, it's fine. I don't mind. I do not mind. I do not mind. Where are you from? What is your what is your language of choice? Emma! Nice. Oh, Maryland. Oh, okay. That's okay. My sleep is never optimal. I don't have very optimal sleep. Basically ever. There's a myth. They say 8 hours, well, I need like 12. Move for the fishing. I do like fishing. Big fan of that fishing stuff. I mean, I've done fishing once in real life, but it'd be kind of interesting to move the... Nah, it's always upstairs. I feel like it's a fair one. Because what else would I use that second room for upstairs? I'm curious. It said wall on the right. Oh. It fell again. You know, this is like hidden away. Interchesting. What? Alright, well, good luck studying. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for hanging out. What? A secret. Well, now I have another place that I need to light up. And look at all this rubble. Seriously? I think that is coal. I think that's a bunch of coal. Man. Well, I have 1,102 credits. What? Is it a new week? I got a weekly bonus? Oh, I did. 500 bonus. Damn. Charlie Golf and Mike. For real, for real. Classic. Well, now that we have that many credits... Let's get ourselves some lighting. I can't believe the wall just kind of flew through the ground. Just phased into the ground, man. What is this? What is this, man? Ow. My wrist. My wrist. Come on, then. Come on. The hell do I do this? Thanks up. Oh, whatever, dude. Ooh. Two metal scrap. Grimmy was playing this the other day, and she was explaining that, oh god. Oh god. She was explaining that this thingy, it just blew up. And I was like, I remember mine kind of setting on fire, but I never remember it blowing up. Welcome to my secret base. Oh, oh, oh. Yes. Welcome. The hell's that right there? Ah. Oh. Coal. I have a feeling there's something under this pile. Just a slight game theory of sorts. I have a plan. This is the area that needs to be lit up for real. Jesus. Look at all this here coal. We got ourselves fuel for days. This is a lot of coal. Jeez. It's actually a lot more than I anticipated. Sheesh. Too much stuff, not enough space. Man, is this just another place that I need to clean up now? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. 98. Nope. 100. So they removed the entire old underground, like, troll face thing, and done this. Crazy. Crazy. So did you ignore the wall part? I have no idea what you're talking about. This is just a new installation to my base that I did myself. Just me, myself, my 100 pieces of coal. And, you know, it's like it was never even there. See? You couldn't even tell it was there. I got my weekly bonus, so we're pogging. We're pogging. We could actually buy even more of those GPUs. But... I think we're fine for now. It'll start paying itself off soon, TM. Alright, we got 600 points. 600 points. Very nice, very nice, very nice. This means I could start investing some stuff that I wanted. Mostly upgrades at the moment. I could just get the GPUs. But... I was kind of hoping a secret entrance would happen here. I'm almost tempted. There's 3 outlets in this room. It'd be interesting to bring the GPU, the thing here, but I feel like it's already so far along that I don't really want to move it anymore. But honestly, it wouldn't have been a bad idea to have it right here. I considered it in the past, and then I got lazy. I just left it up there. Actually, it's probably less effort to get it into there than it was to get it upstairs, to be honest. To be honest. What's the radar color upgrade? Speed and history. There's no radar color? Let's do... download speed. I don't really want to go under 500 at the moment. So we'll leave it at that. For the moment. Alright, here's the plan. Oops. What? Here is the plan, ladies and gentle dudes. Here's the plan. We're taking all of these signals out. And we're going to be putting tier 3s into there. Upon being done with processing. And I think all of the new ones following that will be... on the bottom, right? And then when we need them... when we need them, we will... Hello? Thank you. We'll put them into the drives. At the moment, I'm like, you know, it's not necessary to just have the drives out like this. All the tier 1s, we can just, temporarily deposit somewhere until we have room to process them. It would be kind of cool if we could expand the modules so we can do like 2 drives at once, but I can understand why that would not fully make sense. Oops, let's not do that. And now we're out of croissants. What do we do? Want a stew tray? Wow, tasty. Kinda wish I could stick this to the side. Know what I mean? Alright. True. I am no longer a skill build. What? You know, my thing about The Division is it gives you so many cool, like... This is not a complaint, necessarily. You know, I'm a stealth guy. I play stealth in most games. But they give you so many cool gadgets, and the only hacking-related skills they have, really, are the EMP, like, thing. And I guess the drone. Or the track. I guess, like, any other gadget as a secondary is good for that, but there's no real hacking build. And I really wish there was. It's okay there isn't, because they do give you so much you can do. Aside from that. Whoa. I'm like a 50-50, because I have my SMG, you know, obviously close quarters, but typically I start off by like just doing sniping stuff. And then like, I run into the arena at some point. Huh? Did I eat it? I guess I did. Oh, nope, you dropped it. Doctor kill. So yeah, I start off like sniping from a distance, and then I rush in, do my giant EMP, and toss in the tracking nade things. Something like that. Today's been an EP day. It's really warm today. It is quite the EP day. I agree. That I can agree on. I woke up. Sweat. Too hot. AC on. Gotta be done. Good to see you though, Rye. Good to see you. Very tanky. Last day for a while I wear a hoodie. Oh, I did no way, not today. 2 days ago was the last day that I was able to wear a hoodie until I think Thursday. Thursday it's gonna rain. Friday it's gonna go back to being cold. I'm talking like 9 degrees in the Celsius measurement. Gets cold again on Sunday. Yeah, we got cold. Maybe it is Sunday. I thought it was Thursday, but it might be Sunday. I'm not sure. In any case, one of these days is gonna get cold again. For one day. Literally one day. Alright, we're taking this coffee with us. Man, I wish I had more croissants. Those were pretty damn good. Take this with us. What? Gonna stay cold for a few for me? Nah, I think shortly after it's gonna be toasty again. Which isn't too bad. Means I can go to the... We might just go to the botanical garden while it's still warm. Then it gets cold, so we'll take some time to chill. I think it's 2 days of cold, basically. It's messing with me, though. You get so used to one, like, weather pattern, and it's just like, no. Alas. Ads are about to start, so we're going to continue the video game in about 3 minutes. We gotta let the ads play. But I will not be playing the game until they are out of the way. So, see you guys in 3 minutes. Pesky ads, am I right? Pesky ads. What's up, Lego Kyle? I should run the summit at some point. I haven't been doing that. I mean, I haven't booted up the game since I beat that mission, to be honest. On the Division. And I've just been playing GTA off stream. I went down like $10 million because I found a bunch of cars that I didn't have. And then I found another car that I didn't have. And then I made a mistake. I forgot. This is a very classic mistake in the GTA universe. I had 3 duplicate cars. Not duplicate as in like I duped them, but like 3 of the same car in 3 different garages. And I was finally scanning and like making a list of like all of my vehicles to see if I do have any like of the same cars. And I went to sell them, and I forgot that you're not meant to sell them like back to back. You have to wait. There's a sell limit. So I sold one for like a decent price, and the second one, which honestly wasn't that expensive anyway, but I only sold it for like 50 grand instead of $1 million. So, you know, a little bit of a scam, because you can only sell, I think, 1 major car per day, per 24 hours or something like that. So rip that million, but that's okay. And then I have another car that I'll say, yeah, 1 car per, in-game day. Oh, I thought it was per 24 hours, like, IRL. Oh, it's not that bad. I gotta say though, when I'm vibe driving lately, I really wish that I could just have it be night at all times. I miss the hackers that just like broke the sun. It's just nighttime the whole time. One of the JP lobbies, there was a hacker, and I obviously couldn't translate what they were saying, but I could assume that they were asking for night. And that entire lobby was nighttime. Nighttime with frequent weather changes. Not frequent, like every day there was a new weather pattern. Sounds like a good line in a song. The hackers that broke the sun. Sounds like a good song name. Dude, I always think of song titles. Sometimes I think of literally I listen to a song and my brain is like, "Whoa. I can see this having a really cool transition to another song." I really wish that I got into DJing a bit more because I get so many crazy ideas in my head that would probably mesh well, but I don't have the patience. Mostly the patience to learn, and secondly, the patience to actually put in the effort to, like, you know, get the beat, the BPM sorted in a way that makes sense. Just a bit too lazy. A bit too lazy for that. Music too. I get so many song ideas. When I used to not have like music playing at times, well, rare. But, you know, when that era existed, I would just get random songs in my head. I'm like, this isn't even a real song. Because they'll try to do it for funsies. True, true. Could. I thought about how cool it would be to have like a secondary channel. It would be like categorized as like the DJ thing, because they have DJ categorized Twitch channels now. And just, you know, occasionally we'll do a random set on there. That'd be cool. I think it would be a completely different PC setup. That would be the problem. You know, all these DJs, they got their plug and play these days. They got their plug and play MacBook Airs, Pros, whatever. To be fair, it's not exactly easy to plan out a live DJ set with really impressive visuals and like be able to actually do all of the live mixing while there are visuals playing. I can understand how that might be a little bit difficult. I get that. I watched like the whole Deadmau5 podcast on him talking about how like it makes sense why people do the plug and play. Oh my god, I was like, what is that? You know, just remnants from our battle. Yeah. And quite a fight it was. Quite a fight it was. I could. I think it'd be fun. I get ideas for like different genres of music and mixes all the time. And then I forget about them. When I was younger, I kid you not, I used to basically draw, like, what is this, spectrogram? Like a music visualizer, like spectrogram, to try to remind me about the song that I was thinking of at the time. I don't think it ever worked, because I'm like, what is this? It might have worked once. Might have. I'm not sure that this thing is gonna make it if I don't fuel it up, so we're gonna do that. If I wanted to get into it, I should have gone into it when, like, VRC DJs were a whole big hip thing. Now everybody's DJing. Oh no, yeah, there's still a thing. I guess what I should say is, when I was still around on VR chat. I don't tread those waters no more. I ain't treading none of those waters no more. So I hope you'll come back someday and see all the new stuff. It is highly unlikely. But certainly a never say never. I'm always under the belief that, you know, never say never is pretty valid. Between 2024 and now, I've only really hopped back on VR chat maybe a total of 4 times. No, 5. 5 times. Right. Okay. Yo. I mostly stop for personal reasons. You know, when you reach more than 15,000 hours collectively in a game, you feel like it's time to settle down for a little bit. I mean, we were like borderline 16,000 hours in VR chat from 2017 into 2023. So I was like, it's time to stop for a while. I think it's time to relax. Whoa. I've only got 8K hours. I mentioned it before, but when you spend every waking day on something like VR chat, and don't get me wrong, it was great. Great times. But like there's like a fine line. At least for me, there's a fine line. Same with RuneScape, that has a lot more hours than VR chat. Who can? But in my humble opinion is that VR chat is not the same as it used to be, and I don't feel the drive to really be on it. Not anymore. I think I'm over it. Definitely took me some time to be over it, but you know, I'm finally over it. What's this? Oh, from Inara. Okay, let's do this. Generally, my thing is that I honestly would prefer to just sit in a VC and play games while talking to people than, you know, putting on the VR, sweating, all this stuff. Kind of over the VR process. Alright, let's do this. Let's get... No! It's kind of funny that I can do that. No. Oh God, hello! Oh. Dude, I called him in, so I'm like... Oh man, hold on. I don't know which zip drive. This one. Hello. Please leave. Please. Make your way to the nearest exit. But yeah, the likelihood is low, but never zero. Never zero. There is like one thing that can probably bring me back. I don't know how likely it is now, but what's in the box, dude, was like the funnest thing in a long time. I'm trying to see that come back. Probably won't, but hey, what's up, man? Can you please leave my facility? I'd really appreciate it if you guys left. Hi, guys, listen. All right, you're gonna have to leave. Yeah. Come on. Everybody step outside this way. Follow me. He goes out. Is that 3 of you? It's 4 of you. Look at that. Stay. I already hit one of these dudes with an axe several times. Okay. Great. Yeah, I remembered it earlier and then I forgot. I be doing that. I do be doing that. Did I open an MRE? I did, but... Wow. Impressive MRE. This is like a gacha game. Will I get any good food or will I starve? The answer is you will starve because Dr. Kell doesn't eat anything. At least he'll eat the nutrient bar. Truly sickening, this guy. Sweet! Alright. Good stuff. Think we could do another GPU. Now we can certainly do another GPU. I didn't want to go under 500. Oh, I wouldn't have anyway. We're at 857. GPU board. Add to cart. And remember, do. Yeah, everyone keeps telling me about the fishing world in VR chat, and they're like, dude, you're the fishing guy. I'm like, yeah, true. I do like fishing. Think about this cement. It might be worth, like, if the cracks really don't come back, we might as well. But I only really wanted the main room to be cleaned. The windows are still driving me crazy. Driving me insane. We need more fuses as well. Can I make fuses at this current time? Where is... Yeah? No, give me copper wire. We might as well what? I already forgot. I said something, I'm sure. Hello. Was it about cement? I think it might have been about cement. I think it was about cement, because that's what the last thing I really remember talking about. It was something about might as well. And I was like, if the cement really doesn't, if the cracks don't come back, then I might as well just fill it all up, but... maybe. Perhaps. Maybe. I gotta save. I'll tell you what. The major inconvenience that I'm currently facing with these dudes, these mannequins, is just the fact that they keep hitting things. And in this game, when they have a path, but they can't, like, reach it, the game starts to lag a bit. And that's just them all the time, man. It's all the time with these guys. Another GPU. Welcome in to the team. I'm kind of surprised we got all the coolers that fast. I did kind of bum rush for them though. I mean, the weekly bonus gave us like the last 3 we needed because we needed the batteries. So that was a big play. Okay, so we're done with our dailies. Let's go do Transformers. Let's go fix those up. Transformers, robots in disguise. Let's see if I can open up an MRE. And get... yes! Well, the only one thing that's kind of useful, because he won't eat the cracker packs or the food. But the sausage chunk, that should suffice. Excellent. Alright. Let's gonna move on. Hey guys. So how many of you are there total? 2, 4, 5? Is that it? There's 5 of you? 6, 7? Great. There's 7 of them. Yeah, dude, have you seen these new, like, streamer challenges? And it's like the world record for the most 6 7s in like 20 seconds. Oh, God. I would say I'm getting old, but there's a 40-year-old Counter-Strike pro who did it. So I'm like, well, alright. I'm not getting old. I'm just sour and angry. I'd say you could beat that. What's the record? I don't even know the website. No, I can't. I've been seeing the people who get like top 200. 200. Somewhere in between 200 and 100. And these guys get like 436 sevens. In 20 seconds. And I'm like, and that's top 200? Oh, God. Not quite my meme. Not quite my meme, I would say. Hello. Do you have... No. Alright, we gotta go to Romeo. Romeo, oh Romeo. Oh, you think they're gonna bully me today if I go into the facility? You think they're gonna like try to bust down the door as a prank? Let's go see. The one event that I don't really want to miss is the opening of this right here. The reason I say this is because every time we've tried, the queen or whatever shows up, and there's a specific item that when she opens it, it's like a core. It's completely useless, but I want to grab it. I want the item. I don't think we've ever managed to actually do it. Hello? What the hell was that? There's a thing with a drive. Where? Or there's a drive with a thing. Fuel! I forgot all about this. We should probably take this electric generator at some point. My humor with 6-7 is in the enjoyment of people hating 6-7 when they know full well that 6-7's power still makes it survive through everyone's hatred of it, and that acceptance or ignorance of it will let it die. That is true, actually. The kids get really mad when the adults, like, do the 6-7 back to them. It's actually really funny. I don't have space. You know what? To hell with the MREs. Overrated. Let's take this jacket for Kerfus. Wait. Canned peaches. What? Okay, fine. Put the shovel away. Put the canned food away. Lantern. Put the jacket in there. Can you fit the toolbox? I didn't think so. Oh, now you don't want the sausage chunk? This guy. If the adult is angry about the 6-7, that's when the kids find it funny again. Exactly. So you got a 6-7. You're right. I'm gonna do it. But first, I'm gonna go in here. It's too strong. Dude, hello? Like, please. You guys broke the door. Look at that. That didn't happen last time. The hell's that? That's the cackerels. Oh, they're just pranking me, dude. It's just a little prank. Come on, they're just getting around. That didn't sound like them? Well, I'm a great soft jelly thing. Smoothly rounded with no mouth, with pulsing white holes, filled by fog where my eyes used to be. Rubbery appendages that were once my arms, bulks rounding down into legless humps of soft, slippery matter. I leave a moist trail when I move. Blotches of diseased, evil gray come and go on my surface, as though light is being beamed from within. Outwardly, dumbly, I shamble about, a thing that could never have been known as human. A thing whose shape is so alien, a travesty that humanity becomes more obscene for the vague resemblance, inwardly alone. Here. I always assumed it's them because when you look out the window, it's just invisible. Like, you could see kind of the active camo. So I always just kind of, oh, we could have brought the one fuse. It's just not worth it, though. That creature had no mouth, but it could scream. Kind of sounds like me. In IRL. What if you found out that one of your favorite streamers was actually an alien in real life? And this is all an experiment. Spooky. I'd be like, that's pretty sick. They're not doing a good job of hiding it. Yeah, I mean... She's a little silly like that. Where am I? What? What? There it is. I'm like, where's the transformer, dude? I think that's Romeo over there too, right? There's some streamers I really miss seeing around. Saved. My hook! My hook! My hook. My hook. Well, oh hey, my hook. Is this site Romeo? It is. Are all the joint things just in the, transformer? 'Cause where else would it be? I don't remember. I really don't. I don't think I needed this many last time either. Oh. Oh, great. Well, we're back here. We could gather the rest of this. I think we got the joints from here. Unless they're just piled under all this. Another trash bin would be pretty optimal for this. Also, we gotta check up top. I never check the top portion of these anymore. You sure? I mean, no. No. Certainly not. I don't remember, but I feel like, yeah, I remember finding all of them here. Do the fuel barrels explode? Yes. Yes, they do. You know, that could have been beneficial for the big giant robot enemy. I should keep that in mind. I'm just gonna, like, toss it at him. So yeah, we have a couple of those. This room is such a mess. Shoes. Cannot use. Can too. Give me those. I totally forgot these exist as well. Huge! Was on the roof, maybe? Where's the roof? Oh, yeah, let's not touch that. Huh. I don't know why I don't remember. I guess it's just too recent. We didn't really pay too much attention to this last time. Although I do remember collecting the limb joints. That is for sure, I do remember that. We should consider the transformer upgrades. Also, we're getting tired. It's time to go back to bed. Why is it every time I go over here, I get so tired so quick? Don't worry, we got hiking boots now. Actually, we should go because we're gonna get tired. And I don't have car. We'll worry about that another time. We've got hiking boots now, so we're unstoppable. We'll never fall. Wait, what? Like, actually? I mean, this one's obviously... Ah, dude, I forgot these are kind of OP. Damn. Quick, eat some sausage. Oh, you don't want to eat... Oh, you don't want to eat the sausage? You don't want to eat it? Wouldn't last a day in Poland, this guy. I was mentioning it earlier. There are some streamers or like friends that I really miss seeing around. I don't even know if they hop on VR chat much. Some of you guys probably remember Royal as like the EO friend, but then we became friends as well. And Royal was pretty cool. Still is, just, you know, I think she's too busy with life stuff, so doesn't stream much. She was popping off too. Dude, I feel like I watched so many people just like skyrocket with streaming. It's pretty cool. Blood. Blood. We all had the cool, like, interview podcast thing of sorts. That was cool. That was nice. That was cool. I have a fixation on podcasts these days. I won't fall? It's so weird having these shoes now, because I'm like, is anything gonna cause me to fall? Am I gonna fall with this? I mean, yeah, but barely. Crazy. I think if we're not fast enough, he's gonna grab us. Hey, what's up? He might be behind me. I think maybe we just zip up to our room, take a nap, and then some coffee. I think it might be the play. You're too... No, you're not. "10 a.m. nap. Wow. Okay. Short nap. Just to, like, make sure he doesn't attack me early. Yeah, it's producing them points now. Look at that. We should double up. Coffee. Coffee, Cheeto chicken. Lantern. Lantern here. Huh? Oh, I was like, there's no way. Okay, we were gonna do... some fuse work. And then I got distracted. This won't even suffice, because I think we need 4 electronic. I lied! Huge! Canned bread. Wow. No. Give me the back. 1, 2, 4. Out of space. Canned coochie. Wow, they have it. Spring boobs, squire pants. Everything good? Yankee not responding. Yankee Doodle went to town riding on a pony. Stop this. Stop this now. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Uh-oh. Huh. Huh. I'm out of bandage. Bandage. 35? Hold on, before I do that, can I craft bandages? Dude, what if I just use a toilet paper roll? Aw, man. No, we're out of bandages. Why? Oh my god. And I was about to go and like resupply only CR3. Lo and behold, of course, CR2, CR1 is also down. I only have 3 fuses, man. It's not worth it. I guess it's just staying closed down. I don't know. I don't know, man. Do I really not have a singular bandage anywhere? What happened to my med kit? Okay. Impressive. To be quite honest. Art. Yes. Wow. Well, guess I gotta buy some bandages. Guess we just gotta buy them. Stow. 8122. Is it saving or not? I think it breaks if you do this, but... Oh, wait, no. It's okay. I say do it anyway. Red Giant. Wait, are these not the updated sounds? Oh. Maybe we don't want signal autosave. Because it doesn't save the upgraded variation. I thought it would, like, update them. Limb joint 2. Alright. Order the bandages. We don't need them that often. I feel like it's fine. Looking tidy now, right? Look at it. It's so clean in here. It's so clean. I like it. You can really see the sparkle. All that effort. All that bloody clean. And it's all gonna become a mess in approximately 4 days, I think. Can't wait. Really excited. I say we just put 3 of them in here and have 1 on us. I think that's the play. Don't really need the shovel at this current time. Put it away. Do I have a floppy disk in here? Good. I think we're good on everything else. What, why? Well, if I'm not mistaken, things are about to get a little crazy event-wise. You're actually right. I need to stand up. I was gonna wait for the ads, but I've been standing. I thought about getting an alert for like posture and stretch check. But it kind of defeats the purpose because I have my watch that yells at me to stand up. I forget so often. Maybe we should do it anyway. Just get a stretch check in there. I will say, people will hate on Apple, and I understand. But there's so much to consider. Like, I don't know if the other watches necessarily tell you to stand up or to do a breathing exercise every so often. If it sees that your heart rate or something is off, it'll be like, take a moment to breathe. Take a moment to just relax. It hasn't done that for me in a while, but it does tell me to stand up quite often. I think it's like every hour and a half or something. I unfortunately refuse to play Voice and Void until they fix the keycard issue. That's fair, yeah. I had to do an exploit. But if you do it once and you just leave it in the mailbox for all future saves until they update it again, you'll have the keycard. So, huge. You just reminded me, we should probably go down there and see if we have any more scrap to collect. I'm sitting back down. Let's go do that. Oh. The lights don't work in here? Alright. Huge. Electronic scrap. Metal scrap. Wait, what? Complete manual. Okay, keep that. Oh, there's glass here. There's glass scrap. Wahoo! Yippee! Can't wait for the patch where that door opens over there. This place could use some, like, glow sticks. And that's exactly what's gonna happen. Hey man, what's up? Yo, what's up, dude? Should be a different color from this base. I think cyan is just the best looking. We're gonna do it anyway. Let's do... yeah, I think 5. 1 for the little hallway outside, down, or the staircase. And then 4 for the 4 corners, that little room. That's a room. I think we can actually make fuses. Is this 2 fuses? Oh. Oh, we're out of glass scrap. Okay. Well, that means we have 4, so we can deliver 2 fuses to the 2 broken places, but that is low prio at this current time. Very low prio. Hey. Huge! What's up, Bisham? Welcome in, welcome in. Good work with that. What? Oh. Yeah. Yeah, it's certainly seen better days. Alright, no worries. Oh. You good man? Alright. Hey. Excellent. Alright. So. It's like a raven here, kinda, isn't it, huh? A little bit, I can see it. Let's put our axe away and give my shovel. And then equip this. And the ads are, of course, gonna play, so I cannot continue until the ads are over. Classic, classic. So, we'll be back in 3 minutes. As far as the video game is concerned. What is that, Chewie? Is this another gacha game? Dude, I'm so sick of these. Oh my god. Unreal Engine. Nope. Nope. Now you've lost me forever. Never. They do. The glow sticks do last forever. Every single time I play through this game, we have 3 major priorities. Number 1, get a Kerfus. Number 2, light everything up with glow sticks because it doesn't waste electricity. And 3, what was 3? Just clean up the facility, I guess. I suppose. Creature collector. Creature collector. This game I saw coming out on the Play Store that I pre-downloaded once it released. Is it good? You like it? You like it or not? Forgot about it? Fair. Dude, I feel like it's me with a lot of games lately. Pretty hyped for the Forza. Profit. That is true. I guess technically the fifth thing in this case would be to get the mining rig going. The crypto miner. Passive income. It's not officially done yet. Still in maintenance. Gotcha. Gotcha. I feel like all I play is GTA lately. I don't know, nothing really pulls me to play it. I kind of just focus on my uni work. Play GTA whenever I feel like playing something. Dude, how'd you get in here, man? How do you do that? Hey. You came to help me clean up or what? It's a bit of a mess over here. I'm just trying to find specific scrap at the moment. What if I bury him? Good night, sunshine. Goodbye. Hey, excuse me. That was meant to stay closed. It's my backpack. Oh. What did you do to one? What did you do to him? What? Where'd he go? Ugh. Hey. Sup, dude? Oh, hey. Don't mind me. What if I just... Might just leave him locked up in there. No. Fuse. Huh? Oh, electronic scrap. A load of trash piles to build a wall between the fences where the radio tower is. The mannequin thought there was nothing in the way and kept trying to walk out, but it was almost infinitely stuck. Oh my god. You monster. I say as I lock them up in the little bunker. Kerfer, complete manual. I don't want to eat that. Is there a food you guys would never get tired of? Salmon for me, I think. I don't know if I'd ever get tired of salmon. The storm's coming? Yeah, I mean, I was just complaining earlier that it's like, it's too hot today and yesterday. And now the storm's on the way. Now it's gonna be cold again. For a couple days. It's like, what's going on? Whoa. A secret. It has been up and down. It's been like... It's just been up and down. I'm overwhelmed by the weather. I'm too easily affected by it. Multiple restarts, damn. Pizza, any Indian food, okay. I will say, I did get pretty sick of pizza, but for my reason, I got sick of pizza because I had it every day for the entire year. You might be like, well, what's the problem with that? Well, listen, all right? You do, I get tired of it. I get tired of it. But when I'm not tired of it, man, pizza's pretty good. Any variation? I mean, at some point I got so sick and tired of it that I was getting like buffalo chicken sandwiches instead of the pizza. But it was just like we ordered pizza every single day. Or we had leftover pizza the following day, and it's just like, goddamn, we're just pizza time. I think if it was good pizza, I wouldn't have complained. It was Domino's and or Pizza Hut. It's like, dude, those are not... It's not good pizza. It's just not. Alright, CR2. Oh wait, I need fuses. Take and bake? Jake and bake. No, I've not. I have not. Hyperfixation? I mean, I go through major hyperfixations. Like I said, I don't think I have ADHD. I have some sort of, like, obsessive personality disorder. Something. Self-diagnosed. Real. Hell yeah on the Indian food part. I think most Asian foods I don't get tired of, but it really depends, because, like, in all honesty, when we order Chinese food, I order either just chicken lo mein or orange chicken. I don't really add variety to it. For no reason outside of the fact that I'm too lazy to think of something else. The Kumi emotes are so good. Yeah, no, never tried take and bake. I'm bad with the weather changes. I'm really bad. Oh, I forgot we have the hiking boots now. We're OP. If it's like really hot one day and then the next day it's really cold, it like disorients me. It's almost as if I didn't sleep at all, but I did. Can we just keep it raining at like all times? Don't actually do that. I don't want permanent rain. That's the thing. Weather patterns need to change, otherwise it will get so boring. I'm lost. Where's the control tower, dude? Why do I always, like, lose this one? How long would it need to rain to flood the USA? That's a really good question, actually. I have no idea. I mean, you know, you would think it wouldn't flood the USA. It depends how much the like if it's pouring. I think it's actually possible. All the sewers would like fill up. Bees. Bees. So massive water-wise that if we drained it and covered the US, it'd be 1 inch of water deep. That's actually crazy. Wait, live? What? Oh, we're at 2. Wait, why did I go to 2? I'm so used to this one being the broken one, but it's actually 1 and 3. I guess, you know what, we'll just replace that. Lake Superior. Have you guys ever seen the Great Lakes? That's like on the bucket list. I'd like to see the Great Lakes. I've seen Niagara Falls. I've seen the deserts of Arizona. Granted, not like... I've seen them, but from a bus. So I don't even know if that counts. Oh, you've been on one. That's cool. I have seen the, what do you call it? The bay where they threw the water. Through the tea, through the tea. The Boston Tea Party, I was there. I've been all over Boston, though. We even went to Harvard. We got stuck in the subways after, I think it was a Red Sox game. That was the first PAX East we went to, and the subways were so crowded. It took us like 30 minutes to even get on a subway train. It's crazy. It's crazy, it was crazy, it was crazy. Where in the world? I always get lost with these two because they're just in the middle, smack dab in the woods there. Well, at least we get some free... what was it? Metal scrap. Huh? I don't think I ever did that. Maybe I did, misclick? Potentially. Let's go see William. Wonder what he's up to. Probably bored out of his mind. He got no visitors. William. What happened to William? William's freaking gone, dude. Is something missing here? It's supposed to be like a statue of a goat. But he's gone. What's up, Rock? Someone stole him. I have to rebuild William. This is crazy. I don't know if that was around for the previous patch. Man, hiking boots. Complete gameplay changer. She's out there doing a thinking pose. He might be. He might be. We have to go to the other CR, but I need more coffee or our character's gonna fall asleep on the way. Perhaps even the boogeyman will grab him. They're actually trying to break out. Oh man, sucks to be those guys, huh? Nope. Cobb Fefe. Alright. Let's go deposit these last two. I say if that's a simple task, but we gotta go all the way across the map without our vehicle because it popped the tire, or rather the entire tire fell out. Hiking boots, my goat. So that is interesting. I guess I need to find the William parts now and build him up. Or maybe that was a random event where he just disappears. Honestly, I don't know. I've never seen that before. Look at me just scaling up these mountains without needing the hook anymore to just pull up. Crazy. CR's over there, I think. I did consider, like, setting up a bunch of cameras all over the place. Because I've never done a playthrough where I actually put them on the little cement wall things. Cement pillars. It would be interesting. I don't know if you can record footage, but... could make for something different in this playthrough. I feel like we missed a lot of events already. Kind of curious. Is there anything over here? No. Anything over here? No. So it's just the one that had bees. Alrighty then. No, I mean, honestly, dude, it's hard to even work towards the TARDIS. Because these things keep breaking, man. That's why I'm trying to, like, speedrun the crypto mining thing, because we'll have passive income, and if we can get like 100 extra points a day regularly, I think it'll be more, but at the moment 100 extra points a day, then I'll just start buying the fuses and it'll be a lot less problematic. I need like a passive of 300 a day, maybe like 3,500, no, 350 from the crypto miner, because then I could just spend that daily income bonus on like a full stack of fuses. I think this would hurt. It was nerfed, but with extra effort you could always go the sugarcane route. You know, I have one thing of sugarcane at my base. I didn't really know. Yo! Rose, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, guys. How was Resident Evil 5? Did you guys beat it? Did you beat Resident Evil 5? Did you video game? Thank you for monkeying me today. I feel blessed to be monkeyed. Painful. Aw. I know. I know that all too well. That game was painful. Ah, you beat the game. Nice. Congrats. Congratulations. Twice. Yep. Yeah, I was wondering if you'd get to the end today. Hell yeah, congrats. Does that mean Resident Evil 6 is next? You excited for some Resident Evil 6? You'll beat me to it. Because I think I'm gonna do Revelations next. When I start. I'm using my knife on your cake. What? What are you talking about? But it's alive! Alive! What's up, Lightning? Welcome in, guys. We're just playing some Voices of the Void. Progressing nicely. Okay, 104 points. You see that? It's pretty good. That's pretty good, man. Pretty good. You know, we never did clean these showers. So how'd you like the game? What would you rate the game? On a scale of 1 to 10. I want to hear from Mr. Juvie and Mrs. Rose. I mean Miss Rose, my mistake. Miss Rose. 7 out of 10? Okay. Okay. Yeah, I didn't play with the QuickTime trials. I totally forgot. QuickTime events, rather. And I was already like halfway through the game, so I was like, alright. 6 out of 10. More about how the game was made. Some stuff was stupid. Yeah, I understand. Just 6, 7 out of 10. God damn it. Where did I put the buckets, man? I forget. The Ouroboros guy. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Him and that final encounter were my... Ico almost Alta Ford moments. It was rough. It was quite a rough time. What? Whatever, dude. There's a sink right here. Dude. This seems like a lot of cleaning. Can I just, like, out of curiosity, what would happen if I just... You know you can clean the windows by throwing the bucket of water at them? These are clean. I need to find a dirty window now. I cleaned all the windows. Well, that didn't seem to work too well. Why don't you have super clean gun? I don't know, dude. I kind of just... I thought it would be easier to not use one this time. That's a fair point. I think the super clean gun was... Was it 500 points? The office window? That's a good idea. The office window. Just give me both. Well, hell yeah, they're done with Resident Evil. I think you get it from the shrimp lovers. I think they got mad. Oh, damn, it does kind of work. Maybe let's not spill it. It's not exactly as good as I would have anticipated, but it does work. What was it again? Salgon is 2K. Was it water? What? Do we get it from the cat girls? I could swear you have to buy it. The Super Soaker. What? Kerfer Orange Plus Plus. 400. We should keep that in mind. I kind of want to get one now. We could make Kerfer Omega orange. That'd be cool. Why is it that everyone I tell that to, not a single droplet of water lands on their computer, but I carefully use a water gun near the PC and blows my shit up? You know why, Joe the Lion? Because I knew that you were gonna do something like that. Just like you did with several other things so far. So I tried my best to just aim away from the PC. Hence my comment. You remember what I said yesterday? About Kerfer? I don't think I do. Oh, it's a power washer. Oh my god, what? Oh, Valentine! Thank you for the 47-month resub, man. Appreciate it. Welcome back. 47 month of Rudy's crazy. Yeah, I figured they'd be mad. I don't even know if they tried with the shrimp. I don't know if I even got bonuses. I'm gonna bring them more shrimp. Give them a piece of my mind. I'm giving them 2 orders of shrimp this time. Well, hold on. Do you keep these bolted or not, Joe? Because I do. I wonder if we can, like, actually open this one. If we could do something about that. Or if it's just permanently locked. Scrimp! How many shrimps do you have to eat? Before they make your skin turn pink. Eat too much and you'll get sick. Shrimp are pretty rich. Really? You don't like shrimp? I do think that kind of seafood is hit or miss with people. So I kind of understand. Watch as I carefully sprayed the window with tiny droplets with a water gun, and one particle of water bounced off the window onto the desk. Yeah, you see me? Like, I just splashed it across the entire room earlier. Who moved this? Excuse me, my ATV is not for your moving purposes, prisoners. Wait, what are the rest of them? Were they guys, those guys escape, huh? Oh, I see. I love seafood is my favorite food ever. No contest. I used to be afraid when I was younger. I was kind of afraid of it. And then we went to this hibachi place a long time ago. I must have been like 13 or something like that. We went and they had shrimp, and I tried shrimp for the first time. I loved shrimp, and then I just got into all of the seafood because, like, yeah, this is good. Pork and beef. Well, pork is the single worst meat you could ever eat, but is also my favorite. Well, actually lamb, but then pork. Dude, I love those OG emotes, and it's so sad. Pork is great for you? No. No, it is not. No, it is not. Yeah, I love pork. Electronic scrap. How we progressed over here, looking good, it looks like. Good work, good work. Dude, their campfire is like just bugged out and gone. Man, they should have a lot more phones this time. Every part of me is so tempted to take more. Here's some shrimp packs for you guys. I will not be taking your phone this time. Don't be mad at me. I'm leaving. Goodbye. Please be happy. Pork is the best meat for you? Are you... Is it cope or are you being serious? Cope? Okay. I figured. I was like, there's no way you believe that. I'm about to pull out a chart, man. Lamb is the best. Leave my Slavic delicacy alone. Hey, me too, man. Me too. Listen, I had a gigantic ham sandwich with like 12 slices of ham this morning. I know. I understand. I feel you, man. I know. But I also know... Oh, you had a pound of lamb on Easter. Nice. Damn. We haven't had lamb in a hot minute. We do like lamb chops. That's nice. That do be kind of tasty. Lately, I've been craving sushi. It's the big one for me. Excuse me. How did you escape? How did you escape? I want to kind of glow stick the outside a little better. The lighting here sucks. Maybe like put a glow stick on the tree. I've never really tried that before. God, what a mess. So, Mr. Goober, if that is your real name, burnt war poster. I'm gonna go back to Moscow in a month to surprise my friend I've not seen in 5 years. That's crazy. Nice. That sounds fun. I haven't been to, like... I mean, I haven't seen my friends from, like, Europe in a very long time. Good night, Chewie. Thanks for hanging out, man. Good night, good night. What? We gotta get the orange one, man. Gotta get the orange carcass. Let's do a quick CR check. It's like PTSD inducing. Look at the CRs. Every single time. At least we can finally do this again. Get some signals. Maybe the TARDIS, right? Surely. Imagine I get it now that Chewie is going to bed. That one's disappearing. There's no way I'm gonna get it. I'm not sure there was another one in the... Okay, we need a... So if I get orange Kerfus, well, I've never gotten one before. Is there something wrong with it? I only really get red. Red. See, I didn't get like the little pop-up that they ate the shrimp and enjoyed it. Do they hate my shrimp? Is it like low quality shrimp? Lima not responding. Alright, send Kerfus. Did you enable it?
Yeah.
You have to enable it?
Yeah.
I thought it was always enabled. Where is it? I mean, I have all the pop-ups on. Dude, how? We were just there. We gotta fix our ATV. When do I get the Supra? Oh boy. Nighttime extravaganza. So what's wrong with orange Kerfus? Can I not have an orange Kerfus? Is there something wrong with it? No, I'm looking it up. No, I'm looking it up. Kerfus. There's like no info on it. Well, no, I don't know. I mean, we need a second Kerfer because I want to have at least one normal and one Omega. I mean, surely they wouldn't just have me buy one that's unstable and will, like, kill me. That'd be insane for the price of 400 points. Then, you know, I can also see that just being a thing that they would do. What was that? Oh. I don't remember putting that vent there, but alright. I have the one extra fuse. I can't craft him the Kerfo. I mean, that's fine. Then we'll use the red one. Turn the red one... Wait, why can't it? Interesting. I mean, that doesn't bother me. We'll just make the red one turn into Kerfo. And the orange one can be our regular. Yeah, that's not a huge deal. The end game plan would be to have 2 Omega Kerfuses, but I actually don't know how possible that is now. In the span of a playthrough, is what I'll say. I suppose if we get 2 crypto miners going at once, I could see it being pretty decent, pretty easy work. We're here, so we're just gonna give this one of the fuses. I'm not used to these boots at all. Can they just climb up this? Oh my god. This would have been a game changer if I just remembered. Max capacity. What? Max capacity for what? Did I save too many signals? I think we gotta get rid of the signal autosave. Because it's not even, it doesn't save the tier 3s. It just saves what it downloads initially. Would give us some space for something better, at least. Damn, dude, I really thought I'd be falling down from this. Wow. Kind of defeats the purpose of the bandages we bought, because I don't know if we'll take much damage. I mean, I'll find a way, trust. I'll find a dumb way to take damage. For sure. It's just how I operate. Every time I come back to these transformers, it's just like a mess. Like, how did this boulder get here, man? What even happened here? Was it me? Probably. I'm not even filling up my inventory. I thought it was like about to be full. Decent. Mans is hungry. At this point, it's not a big deal, but I think this is a minuscule update they should consider. Is making the scaling of hunger and sleep a bit better for, like, the longer days. Because we have the double days, or the 50% speed. It's about the only thing that I'm kind of like, eh. At this point in time, the fuses are fine. I can understand the tedious process, I guess. I mean, we're kind of stacked on all the scrap now. So that kind of helps. Splendid. We're at exactly 400 points. You know, maybe we could have waited for the new daily tasks. Just thought about that. Just gotten them done. That's probably enough for another fuse, but for the time being, I don't really want to spend on more fuses. Instead, I think we should go ham. And what we've got. Nice. It's still going. I think we should speed this up too at some point. Would be pretty good. What do we got? Mike Golf Bravo. Dude, I think Mike and Golf have repeated like 12 times now. So no, it's like 4 days in a row of at least one or the other. What? You have to find and match equations at the top and bottom. It is basically math, but only with ones and zeros. The table that can help you solve the problems. 1 plus 1 equals 1, 1 plus 0 equals 1, 0 plus 1 equals 1. What? Oh, okay, so... No. Wait, I don't want this one. Alright, so we've got... A minus B, 2, 3 zeros. What? Well, there... A times B, A minus B, A minus B, 2... Oh. So it's 0. I'm looking at all of them. If it's minus and 0, it's plus, then it's 1. So it'll be either 1 or 0 right here. This is always going to be 1. Unless it's 1 minus 1, that's 0. Oh my god. Well... Do the colors matter here? Because this could be 110, but it could also be 010. But it could be all of them. What? What am I not understanding? What? It's not color related. What? Wait, what? Okay. You know what? Dude, sure. GTA hacking makes me think of the turning like letters, or sorry, the turning letters. Begin. Oh, is this the? What was it? B. Nice. Right? Yeah, the little like the silly hacker text. I was always good at those. I was pretty good at all of the hacking things, to be honest, but my friends always wanted to do them, so I was like, alright, go for it. It's definitely satisfying to, like, kill them with an axe. I will say. Me when I don't want to eat that. Oh, Dr. Kell. Dude, just eat, man. I was gonna be like, where did I get the extra 20 points? But I forget you actually get points for solving those. Damn, 120. Holy. So what do we got? Mike, Golf, and Bravo. Okay. Let's go. Quick TR check. Quick CR check. Alright. Did I send Kerfus out? I forget. Yes. You outside? Yeah. I don't know what that was. But I have a sneaking suspicion I might know. What's up, guys? How'd you get out, man? Crevice. Crevice. This way. Somebody just crash landed. I don't think it's the GTA, the Gmod gun yet. No, wait. Actually, no, yeah, go for it. Could it be the robot already? I don't remember when he lands. Good job, Krampus.
Yeah.
We're gonna go check. I mean, we're gonna do our dailies anyway. But we're gonna go check. Because what else would crash land right about now? Could it be the Throngler? It sounds like an aircraft. Great comparison with that sound. I mean, it could be something completely new to me, so I'm not sure. I'm only theorizing two possible things. Either Gmod thing crashed already, or it's Robo guy over here. Doesn't seem to be a Robo guy. Alright, let's go to our dailies. This is kind of slowly becoming a wiki game. As far as like learning some certain things. Then again, the wikis aren't up to date entirely. Maybe it's the... What day is it? I think it's day 22. Maybe if we go to Sierra, we'll be visited by certain... Could the pigs be here now? I kind of forgot how the sound went. It's not the orbs, because the orbs are when the obelisk falls. It would be kind of hype if it was the pigs. Electronic scrap for days. Dude, there's so many things that haven't happened in this playthrough. No undead, deer. We didn't even see the actual dead one. We haven't seen the Wendigo. The vent hasn't fallen yet. Seen the other deer? I mean, the only two deers that I really know of are the undead deer, the dead corpse of the deer, which we haven't seen yet, and the ghost ones. The ghost deer that disappear once you see them close enough. We have not seen any of those. I mean, sometimes I don't know if I have or haven't seen the ghost deer, to be honest, because they disappear so fast. So it's possible maybe I did. We didn't really frolic in the woods at night much this playthrough either. Though we're about to, I think. Dead plant. I am really curious what fell. What crash landed. Maybe it is the pigs. They never really had a sound before, I don't think. Maybe they did? Did it definitely fall? I mean... It sounded like something was flying. Maybe it's another one of those instances where something flew up in the air. Maybe it was the third time we actually witnessed that same event. Where something like flew up and then like poofed away. I couldn't tell if something was getting blown up there. Or if it was entering like light speed. But this time it was a lot louder. And it was shaking the area. So I don't know. But also, there hasn't been an alien prank at all. What's going on? Don't get me wrong. It helps me focus on all of my tasks. So I can't complain too much. What? Huh? What do you mean? Did I not go to Delta? I guess I didn't. Maybe I did and I just didn't request it and I just totally forgot. I got distracted. We definitely went to Delta. What even happened? I guess we just didn't request. Somehow, I didn't click request. Oh my god. Where does this go? We didn't even go to Bravo. Oh my goodness. I was gonna say, this isn't where Bravo is. Dr. Kell. Oh, something's happening. Shh. It's time. Shh. It's time. Okay. What? Oh! I forgot about this event. Oh, dude, thank God. Something finally happened. I was like, man, these events just do not be happening. What's going on? Finally, something happened. You know, honestly, I don't remember if this thing despawns or not. You know why? Because it matches the terrain once you put it down, so... I don't know. I really don't remember if it just disappeared at one point or not. I don't really know where to put it. I kind of want it here. No, no, no. Like, I want it here somewhere. Cool. I was wondering what that was for a moment. When it hit me, I was like, oh wait, I think this is the, this is something else. SV request. Curious to see if my PC will crash again today after stream. Because this is the third time it would happen. But like I said, there was a Windows update that just... it happened without me even wanting it to. And I have updates paused. But it's still updated. It's okay, guys. Surely Windows 12 will be better. Surely. The flies still being around is strange. Okay, we got them all this time. $14 left. Okay, here's this. Let's get our Drive box. Let's get some tier 3s. No. Kind of funny I could do that though. One más. Okay. Let's call in the doofus. Wait, did we not get... Whatever. Whatevs. We should probably grab the battery from the car. It's not going to be driving for a while anyway. It's decommissioned. Oh, it's actually, it was at 31. That's okay though, we might as well fully charge it. Cool. Peace. I could have given him the... That's fine. No, no. Blue. Yes. Okay, these are done for the day. I'm gonna write that. Done for the day. Remind myself for next time. Whoa, asteroid. Let's go to the 2.7K. Substantially closer, might as well. Man, the cooldown doesn't feel like it's there. I don't feel like I'm on a faster cooldown, but maybe I am. Maybe it starts at like 250. Should be good. It feels so much brighter. Am I crazy? I feel like this entire building's way brighter. I think I'm crazy. I'm checking the roof. No? Yeah, it's weird. I'm like placeboing myself. Okay, let's do this. Just have that on prompt and ready. Damn, 945 points. Alright, cool. I think we're gonna move Dr. Kell over to the bedroom. We're gonna conclude it for today. What I will do is... What? Y'all attack my ATV? As if it's already not in a poor state, dude. Messed up. Alright, anyways. That is probably GG's for today. I think we're done for today. Gonna go eat. Going to get and eat. And I'm gonna go do my assignments, because we got quite a few of those. This week. The music was muted this whole time, really? Oh, because the event happened. Alright. GG's. Thanks for hanging out, guys. Remember to follow my socials. Join Discord now. That's already. I greatly appreciate it. Ty's doing some Elden Ring Night Rain, so I'm just going to send you guys over there. And I will be back tomorrow. No promises on Lethal Company yet, because a lot of the mods are not up to date. So maybe next week. Perhaps next week we will Lethal Company. The hell? Okay, got it. GG's. See you guys tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Peace.